Okay, how do we feel about this? Good? Bad? Audio better? It's fixed? Okay. The voodoo I pulled worked. Excellent. In all honesty, it was this turd's fault, but look, it's fine. On the channel, blah blah blah. My name's Twice. This is a cat. We're an Ace Attorney. You've only missed a few minutes. The man who we thought was dead one day is in fact dead the day before that, and we're interrogating two gingers who we think are evil. Profiling? You decide. Violence from one of their own perpetrated? Perhaps. I think it's good. I think we're caught up. It's fine. I ran a few things and I updated a driver. It took a lot less time than I thought it would. Anyways. Grand ideals, but the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the Hair-larious brothers. Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Tell me one of your grand anecdotes. Firstly, I want you to stop calling me Zascapo. And secondly, we are not the Hair-larious brothers. This is serious business. Chabello. There it is. The capo's trump card. The furrowed brow. It is deep, capo. The furrow. And the meaning of your words. I've been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui. Can't pronounce that. And what exactly was the... God, could I be any more of just a bumpkin? What exactly is the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Alone. I will explain it. Leave it to me. I like how they have actual French words, and they're like, this guy's Italian? He'll just say A after a bunch of things. Perfect. God, I could localize that. Scapo here is many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi Fountain. I've actually been to the Trevi Fountain. Cries in French, that's incredible. Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and weep for the injustice. Man, imagine being named for a mediocre microwavable pizza brand. Oh wait, is Peppino's actually a real... I can't remember. Peppino's. Sorry. It's not a microwavable pizza brand. It's just a local pizzeria that I think is meh. Oops. I'm so sorry. About 1 week before his plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Entitled to the Red-Headed League. Oui. Moderns, as you've seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted to the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. So, I mean, like, just for the ability, it's like £208 a year. But how much was 208 pounds in like 1800, which is kind of where I assume we're at right now? Oh, sorry. We're at 1900, right? Is it 1900 or 1800? I think it's 19. if we look at inflation, it would be... like a casual 30 extra £1,000 a year. If we're thinking even just 1900, it's a pretty good amount, I would say. Also, that math is probably not at all accurate. Pretty exciting stuff, I think. Was the money to France? Very elegant plan. No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. Choked with red-headed folk, the park was. Like a coster's orange barrow. Meant to be Victorian. Yeah. Somewhere in the 1800s. Definitely, like, enough steam deal with it. They all gathered to apply the day before he was murdered. Crucially, these two men spoke face-to-face with every single person present that day. Yeah, and I'm sure you can remember all of them. I get face blindness after being introduced to about 2 people. That could include new members of my family. Be like, oh yeah, this is my wife. And I'd be like, oh, neat. Hello. And then they'd be like, and these are our 2 kids, and by the second kid, that baby is a smudge to me. It's gone. Grandfather was a steam engine driver. That's cool, actually. My grandfather was a naval mine diffuser in World War II. And then he worked on power lines because apparently he needed danger in his life. He's like, well, if I can't have war danger, I guess I'll just work next to like 50 million volts. In short, man's a psychopath. Neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. Naturally, they've only been shown this photograph. Very good. You've seen steam all the way to electric trains. That's... yeah, honestly, like, being born in 1900 and living to 2000 would just... or any amount therein feels... like, impossible to wrap my mind around. Just the advancement is nuts. I'm not sure how this is going to lead us to the murderer, but we'll get there. And I'm really not sure how this will lead us to anything about the professor, but we'll get there. Had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Street that day. Don't recall the man in this photograph. Okay, but that doesn't mean... obviously he's dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the... you saw for 1,000! How am I going to believe that? Ever want to answer for, Peppino. It was your fault that we got caught in the first place. I would like to press on that subject. Also, did I get my penalty marks back, or am I going to have to look up everything after I decide what to do to make sure it's right, because we only have 1 penalty left? Quite certain we didn't interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. So we noted that you have been arrested for a grand larceny. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Oof! With this attitude, we get to nowhere. It feels like he's really a sulkin now. Document was obtained from Scotland Yard. Entry in the private diary dated the day before the incident. Reads Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Oh, even there's another similar event in the park on that day in question, eh? That's ridiculous. My great-grandfather served in both wars. One wasn't enough. In his 80s, two 20-somethings broke in, pushed him down the stairs, breaking his neck, and then he managed to still get up, break one of their legs, and arms the other way. Oh. He was insane. That is... I don't know if it's a man I'd like to meet. Maybe it's a man I'd like to admire from a fair distance away. Make sure I had all my limbs intact. It was incredible, though. More than 1,000 people assemble. Don't recall the man in this photograph. I don't remember him. Wasn't at the park. This victim has nothing to do with us. I'm gonna press on this one too. We got our penalties back, so I don't have to look up anything anymore, just to reinsure that we aren't missing something. First being arrested, shown a horrible picture of a dead man. Now you question every single thing we say. That's the most important thing. All day late for the boat because of your stupidity. No, I think this is the work of God. A holy punishment, He gave me a porcelain warhorse he managed to keep in his trench for the whole First World War without it being completely smashed somehow. A little worse for wear. Yeah, I think that can be forgiven. Maybe I make a mistake. When it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster. Oh, okay. The gas strips some of the paint off. That'll do it, yeah. Guess we'll just keep on poking at people.
Hold it!
No one else could attract so many people. I mean, all you had to do was print it at the newspaper, and the newspaper was all anyone ever read. You know, what else do they have to do? So personally, with all 1,000 applicants, we will present we did, because everyone has been paid us 5 shillings. take their names, we take their money, and then we take their addresses as well, and I tell them we take some days to let them know by post and detail. Maybe 2 minuti per person. Who would have known there were 1,000 gullible redheads in London? I don't know any gullible redheads. Thank you very much. Only delightful ones. I don't recall the man in this photograph. Oh, right. We gotta press on everything, because they're giving us absolutely nothing to work with. Doesn't look at all familiar. Wait, guy. He's trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people, says the con artist. They interviewed 1,000 people between them. It's unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. Yeah, I agree. But why are they saying he definitely wasn't here? In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. According to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Wait, that's true. Eyes are burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Yeah, but he didn't have all red hair. He definitely had, like, brown and gray hair everywhere else. Some other information than we could recall. There was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color. I do not think I could have forgotten. But it's right there. Ah. We could talk about how he always eats fish and chips. I mean, that's the thing I know most about him. What if I told you the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? You remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking only at the heads of applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips anymore in the caviar and smoked salmon. Oh wait, no, they took everyone's name, so you could have just put a name down. That's probably the name. It's fine. We'll get through it again. Yeah. Go through this. Because they did say they take everyone's names, addresses, and numbers. So, you probably have taken his name. Certainly appreciate that just knowing the man in red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation, but what if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? Monsieur Gregson? Yes. Names, they are boring. That's okay, but you took them down. You said you wrote everyone's name down. Oh, you said you wrote them down. That doesn't make sense. You said you wrote everyone's name down. Oh my god. Is this profession really gonna be the answer, or are all three of these just false leads? Heck if I know. I mean, what would his profession do for this? What I told you the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective. Found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, this changes nothing. Not this time!
Excuse me.
This has been an exercise in patience. Something to add, Mr. DeRosie. I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. Shut, Peppino. Said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. That's so direct and forward. Simple. A man who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector. No such man. What are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten? Forgotten nothing. Nobody likes this game to the park. Pasta, Capo. Pasta. You beat me at many things, but not two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a bust. It's his catchphrase. That's a catchphrase I would come up with. And I was 6 years old and really liked spaghetti before my soccer meals. For my soccer games. Did not eat the soccer ball. This is important information. I didn't eat the soccer ball. Unless you count getting directly hit in the face and my dad laughing at me. Politely. The damage is done. There was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. That sounds even more suspicious. It was someone else. Come to start with, his face is completely different. See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean-shaven. His eyes were sadder. His chin was a thinner. Anyways, I was not going to be fooled and took some obviously precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. He doesn't take a no-nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. So, he might have been dead beforehand. Because no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Unless that man was dead. Whose papers were fake. We say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another. And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, "You are under investigation." Okay, cool. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastic. Look, here's the identification. Alright, how much do you want to think that this identification is Tobias Gregson? The person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. But I like them. Guys, I think we should look at it, because we made that mistake before. Let's just open it up. If Tobias Gregson's card is in here, I will do nothing. Definitely looks fake, doesn't it? What name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson! I'll take one whole sip of Jones soda. The stakes could never be higher. Department identification number details all correct as well. Makes perfect sense. Seems incredible, but yes, I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. This man was already dead by then. So where do we present that? Probably the fourth one, right? Yeah, because the victim has nothing to do with us, but the papers you presented are the victims.
Objection.
Got it. Basic Logic 101. One second, I've been sent something. Oh, Double Fine made a documentary about how they developed Psychonauts 2. It is 15 hours long. Oh god. And 32 episodes long. Okay, I'll watch that over the next month. Because that seems very interesting. Is the fake or genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves, so we need someone to talk about it. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow it. That's the point! Thank you very much. That is the bosses. No question about it. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment. Is enrollment really with one L? Doesn't sound right. But, I was never good at the spelling bee in my school. I wasn't the worst. I also wasn't the best. Just kind of where you want to be, right? Not memorable enough to misspell ninja. Which my compatriot did so on the very first word because he was so nervous. But not good enough to get really upset about how I can't spell words. I would have reported it straight away. He was always on me about it. If you lose someone, report it at once, he'd say. The inspector was physically unable to report it because he was dead. It's quite possible he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen. No! Anything but that. Can behave a little more like a master criminal since that, no. Nope. Otherwise, I'll start crying too. I'd like to hear your story in considerably greater detail. Alright, that was my pop for the weekend. Well, probably most of it. Super Bowl Sunday, I might have a little bit. No, I'll probably just have some lemonade. Back to water. Dropped 5 to 10 pounds in the last month and a half. I'm feeling pretty good lately, y'all. Oh my gosh, is someone parked in front of the abandoned house? We live next to an abandoned house. It's been abandoned since we got here. And long before. It's awful. Gotta fight back against the weeds every... like... Wait, I've missed something. I've missed something. You imprisoned a man? Like... It wasn't like a prison... One second. I missed something. Truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout, even though I didn't sink in. And even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. Little Tosley did him no harm. Next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a really nice room. It was nothing like the prison, really. So they took the man who had the identification. Not Gregson specifically. He was comfortable and calm and happy. It was never part of my plan, I swear. So, it was my fault, eh? So I got the date of the fairy room by one little a day. Do not say it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No, por favor, cop. Well, you can squabble back at the prison, gentlemen. Whew. Honestly, I have no idea where to press on this, because now I want everything. I want all the knowledge. You realize what you're saying. You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. I'm sure the detective did not intended either. I wasn't a detective. Oh no, I've lost the cat I've been playing around with. And then I woke up the cat. I'm sorry, it was just a cat. Old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. An inspired idea by the capo here. Oh no, not impulsive. Inspired. In the house described, you can find Inspector Gregson, was it? Oh, it was Gregson? Didn't think the man was a real inspector, and there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? You're right, but we couldn't be completely certain. Is this man the...
Hold it!
Why'd he come to the park? There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. If that was the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. He was just feigning to be an inspector who was up to no good, huh? Without a doubt. I think most people would agree it's you two who are up to no good. Well, I'll see, you may be right. I compliment. The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately, that's why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. Yeah, I don't understand why the inspector showed you ID. Unless it wasn't the inspector. Around what name he said was the address. It startled me. Address Scotland Yard Homicide Division, he said. Huh? It's not rude, just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. If this was Gregson, what was he doing? And if it wasn't Gregson, How did you not recognize him before? It was a man with red hair and non-red other hair. Yeah.
Hold it!
Took the man captive, the Hilarious brothers. Showing them a locked room. I mean, Operation transport all the money. In for a penny, in for a pound. 5,000 of them at least. Little tussle.
Hold it!
Is this little tussle gonna turn into we killed this man? I doubt it, but also Inspector was a real piece of work. It was a disaster. Give him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. Chased him, and we caught him again. Did he blame us? Yeah! You didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? So, who do you think we are? Of course not. Simply caught hold of him again and took him back to his room. Uh-oh.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong? I think Spook comes here for this game because, like, I can one-hand the controller since it's a visual novel, and then I just give her belly rubs, like, 24/7. That's all you get, just the belly. It's like she knows. No need to say more, Peppino. The truth is, the night before we put the Redhead League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. Shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like the turbine, huh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. Still have the bruises to prove it. Aye, capo. Bruises, you say? Want to see, huh? Want to see my fantastico bruises? It's enough now, Peppino. No one looks at any part of you. You do, now. Oh! The guy had bruises on his neck. The rumor monger. The rumor monger killed him? Why? That's who did it? Because that's how he dragged him back to the house. Oh, I disagree. I think Peppino's neck has everything to do with what we're doing here. You were kicking a lot, so no more belly rubs. Wow. Does it matter? It's important. In fact, it's never been more important. Amend your testimony. See? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh? Yeah, big yawn. Are you just stretching your feet out? You want what? You want foot rubs? No, of course you don't. Stop it. Alright. Trying to escape with Capo, put the collar on him and dragged him back. Look what he did to me, see? Didn't we have something that could be used as a collar? I wish I could present... anything around his neck? Yeah, there's no bruising here.
Objection.
Proof through omittance. It's hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. No bruising. Given the mark is still clearly visible on the witness's neck, we expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi. We say this from the beginning, many times. Peppino is right. As a man is a photograph. Someone different is a man we held captives that way. That's what I'm saying, too. I've been establishing that this entire time. It's Mr. Rumormonger. The old this guy. A little of this. A little of that. Not Inspector Gregson at all. I don't have an objection to that. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? Explain it by saying he was dead earlier. Inconceivable someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. Prosecution made that assertion itself. Well, we also know the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. Inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson and these two Reddit had encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck. Blah, blah, blah. Equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real Inspector? Because he killed him, guys. He killed him. I don't know why, but I know who. Precisely in these occasions, we keep meticulous notes in the court record, because those are facts. The facts cannot lie. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record. As long as you let me get access to profiles instead of evidence. Please. An imposter. Seems incredible. The undeniable facts point to only one thing. No bruising can be seen on the victim's neck. The person who these two Red-Headed men took that prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. Your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. That's not true at all. I think it's been quite helpful. No bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street? We know exactly who it was. From pillar to post with the dog collar. Clearly the defense has an idea about that. It's true. Go all the way down here to Mr. Fatlip and see what's up with that. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passerby. happened to his lip? This man is not for the Red-Headed League. He's looking for the Twisted Lip League, no? And he's got bruising on the neck. Just saying. Looks pretty similar to me. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed, and identical to that of the witness beside him. What's going on here? I've always had this. It's a birthmark, isn't it? Yeah, sure. Assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you? Yeah, something about Inspector again. I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Of course I am. You trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? At least you have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, I need you to testify again. And you as well. I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We're in big trouble. Hey, Capo. That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. Still worried about, like, the whole time of death being completely omitted from the autopsy report. I know Scythe had a daughter. Feels personal, but we'll see. The man who claimed to be inspectors that day was definitely not this man. You can forget these grand lips. I never leave Fresno Street, alright? No interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. No kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me. I look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this. Appears we have the wrong man. I've been telling you, no need for this pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler. Remember? I've come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Have we said anything about that? To him, specifically? Oh boy. Alright. More pressing? Let's go. Just call me Gutenberg. I never leave Fresno Street. I don't know. I guess we'll just press on everything. Nothing there stands out to me. Impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise. Nevertheless, the mark is equally undeniable. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. They broke the mold when they made me. I feel lucky to have born with red hair for the first time in my life. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. Never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe as a national trait. Maybe all people from this man's country have the grand lips. No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street and I've never left. Get a name like Gossip for nothing. It's my business to know what's going off around town. Sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got a sandwich to cough up for it. Just a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? Any case, Fresno Street's my patch. Won't catch me sidling off some other part of town.
Excuse me.
Got something to say about that? The other day when we were looking for a place near the park, a small house or something. This man was paying money to the agent. Oh, he had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. But, no, you're mistaken, Chun. I've never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. Mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face. No, Capo's right, I remember it, too. Just paying with banknotes. Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money, so I looked at the name of the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone. No! A peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. Don't much like folk talking about my personal life. It's not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witness. It is. That's directly what our intention is here.
Objection!
Sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Wait! This is what happens when I haven't played for a week. That absolute goob is the missing prison agent. Particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Hugh Boone. Put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. Suggest, sir, that you start talking, and maybe you don't rent the room in your real name. Right, I suppose that might be the case. Real name is Hugh Boone. Sure is. Just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. Once every 6 months I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. Yeah, I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. Do I just press on this? Or do I press instead on his name? I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. A notice board in here, just covered top to bottom with confidential documents only the police have access to. Ah, no, that board's not mine. Inspector must have brought it along. It's only other bits and bobs that belong to me. Desk and the chair and that. I don't really carry enormous notice boards with them usually. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there, in your room? Seems to me Mr. Boone would rather as little known about his room as possible for some reason. One part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. So I'm gonna undo this man. No kinfolk or nothing. Yeah, see... I got something... Oh wait, no, that's not the his name's just Mr. Pitchum. But what if... Actually, wait a second. That hair... Was I accidentally really smart? Oh. Oh. Very nice. Good stuff. Happy to have it. This is him. I am not smart.
Objection.
I think you do have kinfolk, and I think your name is Mr. Vigil. We jumped 2 spaces ahead with blind. Eyes closed. Eyes wide shut. Tell the court who you really are, Mr. Boone. Really don't need to bother me. Just leave it alone. This the man says. Leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. I don't think so. It's not possible, he inspected. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. That's he's wearing a disguise right now. What do you mean, counsel? Well, there's no denying Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent. Perhaps a bit too prominent. Boo.
Take that!
It's the name I encountered yesterday, my lord. I love this objection theme. Or pursuit, or however, or cornered, however you want to put it. It's excellent. One of my favorites in this series, for sure. This is Mrs. Vigil in the photograph. From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. Of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. That explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, you just hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea what I'm talking about, really. Simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. Oh, please. Soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once. It would appear the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. It's been a very elaborate deception. So witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See? There's no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. On the day of the Red-Headed League's enrollment, It must be, because I've seen it with 1L so many times at this point. The man claiming to be Inspector Gregson. We're fine. It's grammar. Appear before Mr. Racine de Rossi. You disguised as the inspector, or just you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Which kind of works as a disguise, really. Formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclays Prison. Quite become the future governor of the prison. Career promise. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Mitchell worked at the prison. That's not what he's been telling his wife, of course, but... I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. Daily Vigil? Oh my god! Stop with the puns! I can't handle them. They're killing me. Where did Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here. But I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Sure, as long as you tell me how you killed Gregson, too. 10 years ago, my employment came to an end at Barclays Prison. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage, but times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation, one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. Your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintained that you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. Yeah, lack of communication is great. Opened an account at the bank, Miss Hugh Boone, rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. Why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. Made such a terrible mess of everything. Thing doesn't add up, though. There are tidbits of information you could sell. Even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder of the prison. Yeah, how would you manage to do that? That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. Some years after I had invented Boone begun my other life as a street seller. The inspector recognized me one day. I knew him from my time working at the prison, of course. That looked like McDonald's on the left, anyways. When he saw me, he was deeply troubled when coming to me and my family. From that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. I was to impersonate the inspector. We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orxie's tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. There was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression. Let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, He compensated me financially. It's a criminal offense. You know, he's dead now, though, so... Don't know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. Well, that's unfortunate. Time he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. Something of a second office for him. So he had them do small jobs so that he could work behind the scenes on the professor case. Just as a regular, but that was a regular job. He wasn't impersonating? I can't imagine he killed the inspector then. When I was instructed to the park armed with the inspector's identification book, it never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Yeah, I don't see a reason for him to kill the only person who knew who he was and gave him financial security. This is going to take another day of trials. Well, it seems this confession completely destroys the defense's case. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered at the hands of these two red-headed leaguemen when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Fence, for proving it. Uh-oh. Indeed, it would appear we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. What have I done? Hereby call an end to the cross-examination. Oh, okay.
Hold it!
Oh, thank God. I needed something, otherwise we were toasted. Just any sort of conclusion. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I'd like to pose one further question to the witness. Concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. It's really good music, too. It's a play on his original, some very more imperial tinge to it of his original theme. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Answer me, man. So is this related to the current case? Yes. Naturally. What an excellent liar. Prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. That, well, you know what? I agree with that. You're not yourself. You're not as calm as collected as usual. Who's acting this way? Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. Son, father. I do understand that, but even so... Professor Asogi. Prosecutor Asogi. Sorry. Slip of the tongue. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Don't betray me. That would suck. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. Very convenient. It's literally what got you fired. So, I don't... No, you didn't resign. Objection. You got fired. You got fired. I completely disagree. I'm extremely miffed, actually. Human spirit is a fragile thing. We have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to barely block it out, obliterate it from our memory, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. I really don't. But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another. It means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to resurface. But should I? Yeah, do it. We're gonna tear this corruption down by the roots. Up by the roots. I'd like you to take a look at this. This clearly contradicts your version of events. Wow.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Because it's not true. It's mine. Didn't resign? Yeah, you were fired. Dismissed. Sure. Sure, I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Ugh. Amnesia. Truly. There must have been good reason. Clearly you did something. Whoa. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th of June 10 years ago, and on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. Yeah. My thoughts are still that people knew that Genshin was innocent. They tried to get him free. Other people were there that day, both on accident or on purpose, such as the waxwork artist and the robot man, and when he tried to escape, he was shot by what I can only assume to be the true perpetrator. Does sound familiar. Whoa! That execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. Witness claims a moment after he saw the convict clambering onto his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes, yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Please, I am begging you to get rid of this amnesia. Just the whole prison, it was complete chaos. Prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. That shouldn't be that surprising. Images. The screams. The floodgates have opened. Reports. Articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. These reports must have been exaggerated, though. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? Lowgate Cemetery on plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. What do you think? Oh, you've turned upside down. High five. You little vampire nugget. In the police records, extensively a thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. Conclusion reached by the investigation team is that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. I think there were more than one, including this man who is looking like he got on the tilt-a-whirl a few too many times at the county fair. If using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him, pats on the back. But also, I mean, pats on the back for the story leading us in that direction, because, quite honestly, Twist should be able to, if not be seen coming, at least be understandable. But I think the best whodunits, for example, put everything in, if not plain sight, they give you what you need to solve it. I think that is the most interesting thing. Sorry, Daly. This is serious business. Can I help you too? As Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of Flora. Well, it seems the fellows at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. Next thing I knew, Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. I let him escape. I'm finished. My life. That's still such a absolutely hilarious clock. Oh, he jumped out the window? Thus, court is adjourned for today with immediate effect. Well, that's really handy because...
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the
I don't
day.
have any idea who helped kill him, so...
Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
To be continued. Roundabout starts playing. Alrighty. We've moved on to investigation. Part 2. Is it wrong of me to do that? No. No, it's fine. Oh, Iris. You're miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Susie, you've had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Said was I must leave. Mysteries in the world that perhaps should not be solved, for the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. He knows very well when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open up your own, too. But he can't just take his own advice and leave well enough alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. So true. Finish this month's manuscript at last. Barely a day to spare before the deadline. Let's talk. And there was another development. Kazuma. It's almost as if he's possessed. He needs to prove his father innocent. In the proceedings earlier, it was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. Not normally so merciless. Yes, there are lots of questions like, why the heck was he there in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Gregson. But what does that mean? Notice board was all about the Reaper. Yeah, what's the Reaper got to do with any of this, too, the Professor? It's just ridiculous. We'll talk about the least interesting thing first. St. Simers. So it's just that one. Conveniently. So I had a second secret job, along with his regular secret job. He was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to go no good now. I'm not an adult! I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me either. It's funny, considering one of the cases in Chapter 3 of Ace Trials and Tribulations. And you think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil? Sure. Oh, Saint Sinners. Sorry, I put the two N's together. According to the entry in his diary, he was going to investigate the Redhead League, but he made Vigil do that instead. Inspector went to investigate. Was not the inspector at all. Establishes an alibi. Why would Gregson need an alibi? Because he was doing things on his own time that he shouldn't have been doing. Or at least people wouldn't like him doing. Perhaps the fish and chips were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Vodka and cocaine. Let's move away from food analogies. Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson. Something must be up. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate. Okay, I mean, we might as well go to the Chief Justice Office just in case. I don't expect there to be much. Oh, no, more Asogi drama. Yeah, I mean, it seems like Strongheart really wants Van Zieks prosecuted here. Continue the trial exactly as I instructed. Oh, no, never mind. Maybe this trial's going exactly how it should be going. I don't know. Or maybe, yeah, he might have been reprimanded for not going through with it. Pursuing Van Zieks specifically rather than pursuing the truth. A little too much. So what are you doing here? I'm not sure. You were next on my list of locations to find. I wanted the trial to end today, but Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. He did want Van Zieks prosecuted. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, 41 seconds. 42. 43. Miraculous, not even 5 minutes. We need to resolve everything. Anyways, I don't really care. Lost. It meant the ringleader of criminal organization was acquitted, all thanks to the jurors being under duress. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Let me see. Died in a rock slide at his place of work? Where did he work? On the ocean. Very natural stuff. I believe Van Zieks was responsible. He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. It's a long run of coincidences. Maybe he snuck a few kills in there, just for giggles. I think the Reaper's identity is going to be revealed at this trial. That's why it's a closed trial. Okay. Correct. The last one was the Professor's. Originally, you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Strongheart. He might avenge his brother's desk. That was my brother's desk. He crafted it from solid mahogany. How dare you not use a coaster with your pop on the desk. Now it has rings. Or it would seem the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Forced to take steps. Not something with which you need concern yourself, of course. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Okay. Great. At this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Yet I hold you entirely responsible. Okay, bye. Might agree to us talking with Prosecutor Asogi. Discussions between the defense and prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I'll make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Alrighty. Let's do it. Well, we'll just, we're working through it. Got anything new to say? Barrock? Probably not. It's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying as hard to prove your innocence, is it? Prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. For a man such as me to be entirely at the mercy of you two. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. What you talking about there? Once told me you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. Keeping quiet and playing part benefits the cause. Why would I choose to say anything? The henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. That was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone's clearly profiting from your silence. Someone's using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. There's an organization now? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. You think Gregson was part of the Reaper? Taking many years, I finally identified the central figure. Gregson? No. Also, where couldn't you told me this before? That would have helped a lot. Using their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, economics, and war. In many ways, so he was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. That's precisely why it makes no sense. Quentin Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did he have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. Boy, we are getting just dumps of lore. The biggest dumps. The reason you're investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intend to expose him as the Reaper. As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard, but there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. You're saying Gregson was behind all those awful criminals meeting their... Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. But he was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi, which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. But the police, the board that he had on there was all about investigating the Reaper. Unless he was trying to see if people were tracking him down. I don't know. Bloomy Rents was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. We don't know who actually carried out the killings. Well, actually, I do have a name. It's a woman. A woman by the name of... Piece of shit. That was her name. Assassin. Oh. Miss Assassin. Josiah Brett. Why did she kill Wilson? Is the question, I suppose. That one's brutal. That's the worst one I've seen in a long time. Whoever came up with that, just heavy shame. Then she was killed by that reporter guy. That woman was the Reaper of the Bailey. But she was in Japan when the fire happened. And also, we already know who killed the other guy. But... Assassin. Okay. Wow. I don't... That was one of the names mentioned on that tape, along with Asogi, I think, Matsuba, and maybe me as well. No, I think maybe Zeke's or... I don't know. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour after Clint had already been killed. And all of a sudden... Make a peep. You're coming with us. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. Scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. That's Van Zeke's alright. We got him. I'll let them kill you. Clint would never forgive me. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. Something I knew. Genshin laid on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being the most notorious mass murderer ever. Why did they call him the Professor, though? All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Mances. You'd think you could... you can't see through the grief of your brother passing. It's the end of my miserable tale. Never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thanks for confiding in me. Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Jezile Brett. Just... how? And why? Alright, back up to the Great Waterloo Hotel, then. Now I want to replay the whole 2 games just looking for hints about Gregson, honestly. Thought yesterday, thinking again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. Unexpected pleasure. His dad just looks real similar to Wilson, I think. It's weird. seeing you in action earlier as it invites you to the symposium I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. You didn't miss a step against the Sogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured to such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. Favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruto. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, something to report. I wonder where Judge Joke has gone. Oh boy. There's too much going on here. Heard rumors, some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Professional killer has been at work here. Someone by the name of Assassin. I beg your pardon. Assassin? That Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend. Friend of yours was killed? Haha, yeah. Yeah, friend. Maybe we can discuss this right now with your father. Don't talk about it. Thank you. Not like this. Not like this. Let's talk about it right now anyways. Biscuits. I'm just gonna keep distracting. I'll go and see if I can purchase some. Would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes. You just tried to leave me behind. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, we know. That's her father. Was. Don't know if he had a daughter or not. Never spoke about his family, but I can say with some certainty he was never the great detective's partner. Now I don't know at all. John and Wilson are both common names, after all. Still, probably best not to mention this to you later until we can be sure. Who else could it be, though? Where's the judge? exploring the great. Got a little carried away during the trial. I actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire for which he was charged. Oh, it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. It's alright in the end. He was acquitted. We returned home together. Why is this in evidence? Why is that in evidence, guys? No, I had any idea what was coming once we took that. I don't like any of this. But what's your favor, friend? Well, this fateful trial you're fighting, one way or another, it'll be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. What's the meaning of this, Father? Now, Sato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. The Supreme Court is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact. I haven't even been in London a year yet. Blah, 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 blah. There's no question, you, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. Is the last trial going to take place in Japan? I cannot imagine that. There's too much to deal with here. The government is still in the process of deciding how to best deal with this situation. Kazuma. You've always chosen your own path, Sasato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also. Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm being honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Ah, okay. So we'll say, nah, not right now, because I'm guessing things will not be solved by the 9th case out of 10. Probably, you know? Alright, well, I need to telegram people about Assassin. Please give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Sash in. So how could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Showing you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of much urgency. Who can I entrust this task? Tell me, quickly, now! I'll just go talk to my father. He's right over there. Kindly ask your trusty, unshaven father to see that this is sent. No questions. Can I look at it, though? All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply your deductions are normally correct, Sholmes? Because that's not exactly... Now then! He tries to learn that I'm a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. I'll leave the sending of this in your hands, then, my dear fellows. Gone. Oh, didn't actually put it in the inventory, so I can't look at it, which is concerning for me. One calls cab straight away. Zooming. Where's me? Think everyone would be clamoring to play Mr. Sholmes' bill. Well, we did that. Back to the scene of the crime, maybe? I don't think there might... I don't know how much there'd be here. But we'll see. I guess we could investigate new things. Oh, just kidding, because no one's here, so... Mr. Vigil should be here. Prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Said much the same as you. He was very apologetic, but the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Keeping it from Edie. I carried such a sense of guilt, but that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. Dismissal. Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all, compensating me so generously for acting as his stand-in. Clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. But I don't think he was using her. I don't know. Let's get into it. Grayson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. That's why details of the Reaper's were. Like, was he keeping tabs? I can't believe Gregson. As long as he left an impression, everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. Appearance on the Red-Headed League event, so flashed the inspector's identification around, vocal about my presence, then you were taken prisoner. Inspector's identification for you. He arranged to meet in the Fresno Street Ram at 5 that day, so we report to the inspector. Agreed time. That's when I heard the gunshot. Alright, let's go more in depth then, shall we? Yeah, hit me with that loophole. The coffins into which the bodies were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial at the cemetery just behind the prison. As long as the warder signed the papers, no member of the staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. And we already know the coroner was maybe in on it, too. That just leaves the executioner. On that occasion, let's sign the confirmation. Went to the mortuary to find a lone coffin. Let's sign the paperwork and check the coffin and nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. Soon my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. Early hours, someone dug the coffin up again to set Genshin free. And in the end, he was fatally shot anyways in the graveyard. We still have no idea what happened that night. There were a lot of people involved. That's all I know. A lot. So we couldn't possibly escape that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Well, we'll just keep on looking, I guess. Maybe the governor himself, I don't know. I mean, his clock is a guillotine. He could have been the executioner. Remember him well, actually. Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. And this could potentially have destabilized the case for a treaty. Less than a week in total, oversaw a short stay in the cells until his final hour. I was struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. Why was it called the Professor? Why? Why? As 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes, that is very unspecific. Because it could be any one of them. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Something unusual, eh? The last will and testament. Ah, maybe they weren't talking about... They would always talk about, like, his will. But it's less his will to, like, see things through and his actual will, maybe? Am I going too silly? Seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. He noticed me and hurriedly shoved it back in his... Is it normal for a man to pen a will in his know when he knows his death is nigh? It's true, but there were specific conditions to the incarceration. When he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country, so he didn't want to feel too bad. Wasn't permitted to have writing implements. That is weird. Didn't want any written record of what happened to him. Why'd you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But we know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet, Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Will has vanished. Alright. So, add another mystery to the end of it, as opposed to solving one. Just add another one. Somehow, the will just disappeared. It was after the execution. Possessions were gathered up. They were sent back to his family home in Japan. Didn't search through them myself, but Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming, "Can it disappeared completely?" That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it? He said no one else had seen the will. How'd the prison governor know to look for it? He knew the will's existence from the outset. He didn't refer to it as a will. He referred it as the Asogi Papers. How 1776 of you. More like, I guess, early 1780s. Federalist Papers. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. There's not much more I can tell you. My wife will be here shortly. I do hope she don't appear rude, but no, not at all. Before you go, there's just one thing. The Asogi Papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. It's my understanding their very existence is a closely guarded secret. Man himself claims his last weapon. Last will and testament, but it had something to do with his plan to escape. Perhaps. So anyone who might know more about a document. If I left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Alright, we're going back up. Okay, we're gonna talk to Zuma first then. See if we get some delightful Kazuma music or not. He's doing very well. Isn't this just Van Zeek's? This is just... Yeah, this is just Van Zeek's. He's not doing so well for himself. Well, I always believed you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. Just never imagined for 1 second it would be as a prosecutor. I always thought it'd be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. About what happened with your father? Then you have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. But I want to hear it from you soon, as you wish. Let's keep on jawing, shall we? Why? Why did you almost die to a kitten? Look, I was in a little narrow room, posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. Slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Are you already suffering from amnesia at this point? No, I knocked myself out a few more times after that. Just before they were due to carry your body out the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance, so I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Let's talk about it some more, shall we? Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was at a loss. Whereas now, I had escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Of course. Eventually, calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. Spent some 3 months ago now. I lost memory and literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. I'm becoming Lord Von Zeke's apprentice, then. See, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. Took me straight to Scotland Yard. By sheer coincidence, Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. It's the second feather in my cap. Came into play. And 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back. With a cool-ass mask. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. My father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain. I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. Told me that Genshin had been taken ill in Lingwyn and passed away. Couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. One day, a letter arrived at our house from Great Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. It said my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Yeah, more. Give me all the lore. Presumably, it was sent from a relative of one of the victims. The letter revealed my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm sure they tried to silence whoever sent the letter, but someone knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment. It was always going to be a problem. Man, why would you believe such a thing? I just knew deep down. Show the letter to Judge Jigoku. Faltered for the briefest of moments, then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. And my mom passed away a year later. One day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. Still want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself was... It's clear the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. How did you know? No question is who's been giving orders to the Inspector. So he wasn't... Oh, you think Barrock is the real Reaper. I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, he was merely seeing justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool they use to do it. When a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Okay. Back to the prisoner governor. Prisoner. Man does not like Barrock. I mean, the feeling's mutual, but, I mean, still. Back again, are you? Can very well. A wee handcuff biscuit. What's brought you down here this fine day? Well, I'd like to ask you about a couple more things. There might have been a document that disappeared from Gensen Asogi's cell. It's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Gregson's death is not to do with things that may have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about with irrelevant details. Uh-huh. Sure. Botched execution, the whole miserable escape. Barclay's darkest hour, aye. Shocking embarrassment. Convict had a collaborator on the prison staff. And Scythe. But that still leaves the executioner himself. Vigil's handed his dismissal notice. He was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I don't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. I think he would have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed. I do. Of course, can I shun all responsibility myself? Shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that can went on at that time now. Gregson had been murdered, and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. That's interesting. Who would be doing that? Either the prison governor or Strongheart himself. Is Strongheart really the ultimate villain here? Like, he absolutely wants to get rid of Van Zieks, pin everything on him. Or so it feels. Mariah Gorey did the autopsy. Scythe's daughter. Didn't I have no more? Just the one. But Lee Barnes followed in her mom's footsteps. Didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Well, like the 50,000 scalpels they were ordering every month. I'm working with the bodies of folks who died in strange circumstances and decided to do the same with their own life. Can't I understand it myself? She was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, the one with no time of death, right? Somebody told me once. I always loved remembering stories about cutting up bodies. Just listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Ooh. Not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. How many chapters do you think there are in this one? We're talking Ace Attorney? We're on the penultimate chapter. Chapter 9 out of 10. Or trial, or case. However you want to do it. We're closing in on it, for sure. Just take away now. Leave me alone. Don't I come back here, right? Actually, I still have to talk to you about the Asogi papers, so... Ain't gonna ken about that, laddie. There's not many folk here, even in the prison, who've heard of that one. Oh, well, you know, I know things. I think the papers are our last will and testament. That's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. It's probably not my name. The Communist executioner mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Shell cell. Oh, you just have them, huh? Of course, can I read a word of the Japanese squiggles, but I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. That's interesting, because I have you on record that you were frantically searching for it. Of course they are. Papers written by Asogi. No doubt about it. No mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the stramash of that slicer of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. We gotta make a record of this. Me too, because I don't like it. I don't like anything going on. I mean, I love the story, and at this point, it's pretty much rocketed up to my top 3. If we take the 2 games separately, I don't think the first one was as strong as the second one, but the second one gets all the payoff that the first one set up. It'd be like Trials and Tribulations, this one, and then Ace Attorney Investigations 2 would be like my top 3. An order from the highest level of government that you cannot use that. But you still gave them to me, which means they are not important. Any and all materials, wealth belonging Kazuma Sogi in the Empire of Japan. Deep satisfied my fate in this foreign land, the knowledge I will never see my life. I regret nothing about my chosen path. I don't think this is correct. Anything here? No. Anything back here? Anything back here? No. Who does not love a secret room? Not me. In whatever final house I get, I definitely want to have a bookcase that slides back to reveal a secret room. I don't know what I'd do with it. It'd probably just be weird and tacky. I just really want one. It just seems like fun. Nothing new here. Hey, you got anything to say about stuff like the time of death thing here? It's missing. A little dubious. The time of death recorded. There were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle. Certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence on the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. Coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. Yes, I know. Yeah, and use your engineering skills to build weird, like, Resident Evil style puzzles to open it. Yeah, it's like a completely normal police station, but you need to find medallions to open doors kind of deal. Hit like 3 notes on the piano. One key is a fake, you lift it up, there's a button. Have it just as your stream room? Honestly, not a bad idea. If it's like a smaller room, you could soundproof it, and I could set it up with extra stuff that I'd like. Probably a few years away, though. But an exciting thought. Ryunosuke. I want to thank you. We have time to get you addicted to magic by then, so we can make you play with us on Spell Table. That sounds great, honestly. I mean, I know the general gist of how to play Magic. I've played Arena. I really like Draft, shockingly. Just like I like any deck builder ever. Any board game that's like, build your deck, I'm just like, yum. It could be the worst, most heinous, like, abject failing of a board game. Doesn't matter. I like building decks. It's fun. I don't know if I could ever make, like, competitive decks. Kind of gets boring after a while. You probably run into a meta of, like, 5 to 10 other archetypes, and you're just like, Building decks, though, from packs, never gets old. Because then you run into some weird synergies that you'd never think of normally. Ever. Because they're usually bad. Or it's like, I found a combo, it just needs 15 pieces in my hand at any given time. You know. But if you pull that off just one time, dopamine for the year. Gone. Built so many decks I end up having to break them. Like building decks when playing them. Yeah, when I used to play Hearthstone, I really liked the arena mode a lot more than the ranked mode. And similarly, when I played Legends of Runeterra, I liked the ranked mode more. Well, that one had a fun deck where if you healed yourself enough, you won. That was kind of fun. It was just a weird... I like it's either weird gimmick decks or I like building my own. Theory crafting you really like? I just think I'm too stupid to truly theory craft, rather than, like, just be given a bunch of packs and be like, well, that would go with this, and then this is generally strong. I don't know. But I do like it. I mean, I can theory craft in some games. I think I can theory craft pretty good in Fire Emblem. I'm no expert. You're not going to get a video where it's like, one turn chapter 50 kill. And they just like warp. I think we're alright with it. RPGs have the same thing where it's fun to figure out how things synergize. What weird bones has the game dev given me? And how can I assemble them into a skeleton? Like an old archaeologist in Britain that made up fake fossils. Still getting our Isaac slow run. How many years are we in now? Well, we restarted it. We have old Isaac stuff, but we restarted it when Repentance came out. Repentance came out in 2020. So, about 3 years. 3 years, we're at 71%. And obviously has slowed down significantly. A lot easier early, but I mean, it's not bad. Not all of the theory crafting works in that game, but that one I put my skills up against most of my other games, because I'm just better at it than I am most other things. Need to found games done glacially. Yeah, it's a long play stream where everyone gets slowly tortured because they're like, please, finish the game! It's gone home! It's like an hour long. Day 5. I remember playing some Fire Emblem games when we first started the stream. Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, and I got yelled at by a viewer who was up to that point nice, and then they're just like, holy shit, you take too long! Never said anything again. It's like, oh, okay. Sorry. I just like talking and things out and being a cautious person. It's just how I play. It's just how I play. I don't like that. It's like a knife sharpener. People have to donate to get the power cut so the game ends. That's a way to get popular. I'll play games worse and worse. Be like, I will just never end. I'll get my professional friend who's a lot better at this to play it. But until this point, you gotta keep subbing or it's just torture, and people think just go into it. Knowing that. Yeah, we could get some freaks, some masochists in there. Spark a hate watch, that won't have any negative consequences. I would love to see your face, because I'm scared of you. And I think that would help. Maybe some other time getting cut up, please. Is that a tut? You know, let's ask some questions, I suppose. Hey, so why didn't you put the time of death on the report? It's really important that you do that, and then you haven't done that instead. I said I wasn't to cut you open. I'm so strict about things like that. Yeah, it's the worst, I know. Looks like she's not interested in talking to us. Till we die? That's a way off. Just present the autopsy report again would be cool. Gordon, I just came here to ask you about this. You know, whole time of death. He was very good. His skin didn't snag my blade once. Very little miss. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. Oh, we were supposed to not... Horror block is later, when Resident Evil 4 comes out. And that won't even be a block unless... Dead Space, I'm waiting for it to go on sale. That's not a slight against Dead Space. I just really like Resident Evil. And I'm kind of scared of Dead Space. Oh, yeah, no, you look about exactly what I thought. Tell us what happened. That wasn't your fault. God, there's just no mercy in those eyes. Why doesn't it include the victim's time of death? Pretty important. Oh, I was told not to write it. By whom? Strongheart is the entire villain of this series? Are you kidding me? Said from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. Died at 5 p.m. on the 1st of November when the gunshot was heard, clearly. Yeah, okay. Okay, boss. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Yeah, because she was told not to by the heckin' chief prosecutor. Sooner or later going to the same route as your mother. You keep hiding stuff for Strongheart. There. You've written... indeterminate. That is kind of helpful still, because it pinpoints that even the coroner, couldn't figure it out, which implies manipulation. When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh, so time of death could easily coincide when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's over. The fish and chips are gonna save our case. The fish had started to rot. It's possible someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Is that possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. If the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, only the fish would have started to rot. Today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. You need a big refrigerator to do that. Or a morgue. If it was chilled somehow. Couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. Yeah, that's all I need, though. Corroborate my previous deduction. Ford Lord Strong heard that. He simply said there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Yeah, is he big into refrigerators? Okay. Alright. Carried out the autopsy of Clinton Van Zeeks and the professor. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then, but the detective in charge insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. And that's how they caught him, because they said the autopsy was the reason. And that's how Gregson caught the Reaper. Not the Reaper, the Professor. Too many names in this. I still don't know what the clue was, but it just seems fake. I don't like it. This lab was instrumental in some of the county's most important country, not just county. Nope, don't need to move. Just to converse. Professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at the execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama's best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. The execution didn't take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. I believed in her and Mama, but now I'm wondering if I'm starting down the same path as her, because you admitted the time of death. I'm sure she was coerced by someone, too. No doubt there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. Execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Governor must have known about it. Was tricked by the chief warder, he says. But the chief warder says that isn't true. Who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Feels like one subset of people knew he was being framed, and one subset were doing the framing. Or at least participating in the prosecution, being led on by said framer, aka the man who be shooting. John Wilson was the one doing that, but might not be her dad. Another person present, primary assistant, a visiting student from the Far East. So that would have been Mr. Mikatoba. And then Wilson was his friend. Is he allergic to sun? Swearing. I don't think she ever goes off without that mask, and I also don't think she ever leaves the morgue. Would be my guess. See the records for yourself. That'd be alright. What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cards. Let's see. Van Zeeks. Oh, that's strange. They aren't here. Nothing under Van Zeeks. Someone took them away. No, no one's allowed to take documents related to the Professor case out of this room, but you're right. They're gone. When was the last time someone looked at them? It was 2 years ago. Consulting detective came one day saying he'd like to see the records. Oh my gosh. Is Sholmes even good? Has he been evil this whole... No. He's way too silly. Way too silly. That would be brutal. But why would he steal the record? Is it just a cover for Iris? For his own personal game? I don't know. Hope you don't mind, but just remember something very important I have to do. I'm gonna have to leave you now. Okay. I don't like this either. This seems bad. Wait a minute, little girl. I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Yeah, 2 years ago, when the detective came. She remembers as well. Okay, she probably remembers something about that happening. Won't keep you any longer. Gory. Your last name isn't even the same. Next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection. Yeah, see you later. Okie dokes! What's left? That's fine, that's fine. Oh, okay. You want me to go there? We can go there. This is a heck of an investigation section, by the way. Just lore, lore, lore. Mystery on mystery on mystery. Reminds me of a couple... There's a game that popped up on Steam Next Fest that looked intriguing, and now I'm... It's called Shadows of Doubt. It's coming out soon. It's a very open-ended mystery game. It'd be kind of fun to stream and then make all the wrong deductions in front of you guys. Thinking about that in the future. Investigate more thoroughly. I mean, there's not much to investigate, I don't think, except for this big, conspicuous trunk right there. There's a big slice on it, though. TG would be Tobias Gregson. What do you think you're doing? It's my trunk, that is. Hands off. Fair to say you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial. Your boss. Whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else in the area knew nothing about. Stuff with all them criminals got off scot-free. That seems more like tracking to figure out who the Reaper... I believe that Assassin, Giselle Brett, is the tool of the Reaper. Why would anybody be expecting or suspecting? Oh, there was a notebook in his office. Got it. That would do. Had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. Yeah, because he's investigating them. I think that makes sense. No one would let you look at that, huh? Pretty miffed about it, so... Sneak a peek at what it said anyway. And assume it was written on Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? The way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. Dates, times, places, names. All details about the bludger supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. Yeah, see, I don't expect Gregson. That just seems too much. I think everyone is convinced, and it feels like it's starting to all center in on Strongheart trying to create his perfect world of justice. Which means the killings of those nobles that everyone has pretty much said deserved it, or they were in the way, or they weren't useful, or they had troubles about them, except for Clint, who may have discovered Strongheart. That's no good. Can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Or something else, too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. But there still seems to be more to it than just Strongheart bad. But he does seem to be looking more and more suspicious as more pressure gets put on both the evidence and the prosecutor to finish the trial. Alright. Shin named. Everyone's been trying to trace the boss's movements the day before, aka when he probably died. The Hellhound. Pride of the police force, huh? Toby managed to locate Drever's workshop. That's true. In their demonstration. The chief inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder. Yeah, I mean, we got plenty of stuff from the chief inspector. Like his pocket watch, right?
Take that!
Oh, right. They're calling him Chief Inspector Toby. Well, accidentally did something good again. Nice job, me. Very proud of myself here. Alright, Chief Inspector killed Gina and is now right there. Cross your mind, might identify something that was right next to us. Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough then, Gina. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. I mean, it's Tobias's. It's not that surprising, is it? Oh, Sandwich had the bottom. Why would Sandwich have that? Had it hidden between the wooden boards. Ah, got it. And grabbed it from the scene of the crime. Oh, that seems important. You know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... That's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less. Would you Adam and Eve the cheek of it? So Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the crime. They pretty much all did, yeah. Sandwich trying to find the answer to that question together. Alright, gimme what's in the case. That trunk should be turned over to the police. What do you want about? I am the police, Gina, if you wouldn't mind. Can we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Should make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he angry? We're dead. Didn't think I was gonna get a jump scare. What do I do? Get killed by a little tiny pup? Where am I? Okay, I guess we're back home. conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. Carl dropped dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly. User isn't seemingly. He is irrelevant here. So glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? So I had a bandage. Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Oh, cool. Oh, sure. Take tea when you're feeling up to it, but no sugar in the patient's cup. I don't know what to do. What, should I talk to you? Or... Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. Okay, I guess let's go downstairs. Let's have some tea.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot bodend wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt.
Why is Mr. Mikotoba here? It's an old German folk song. Okay, I'm not concerned about. I am a little concerned. That's your father. What is going on? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you while you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? I don't think he's singing that. Just a theory. Is it time for the legendary deduction? Let's do it. Usually... Well, we'll see. By the time my brief performance is over, I feel assured this gentleman's song will reach its finale. It's obviously Mikotoba. It's not a... he's just wearing the mask. It's not a lot there. The latest logic and reasoning spectacular. I'm gonna miss these. They're fun. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language. So convinced by the Germanic song he sings. You know, actually, I think there was the... Do you remember the whole plot of the end of that last case in the first game was getting that, like, record player, because one of the records had names on it, including Assassin. I know it's Asa Shin, but Assassin. And Mikatoba and Asogi, and I can't remember the fourth, which I might go into here. Gregson was desperate to not have that pop out. We offered a German guest our herbal blend, and he was just so happy. And that's why he keeps singing. He's definitely not knocked out. Happened a number of years ago now. A certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. It required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. I assume we're talking about the Asogi papers. In order to conceal his noble identity, also arrived at my office in a mask. Oh, well then, maybe not. Okay. We may have gone off base. Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein. The King of Germany. Wait, I think it was like the King of Austria or something that came to Sherlock in one of the cases. I mean, no question, that mask belongs to the King of Germany. Sure. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well. Deduction 1, obviously, this man is the King of Germany. These deductions get worse and worse. They're incredible. The last one's just gonna be horrendous, I'm sure. There's one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. The reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness. The final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence? You're attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. I shall have a bill sent via government channels to the German royal family for its replacement. To hide the coffee cup, of course. This concludes the great deduction of this painful puzzle. It's kind of unnerving. With your silence as well, this fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not?
den Zahn entzwei, es brach über deine Wut. Er dich
Ah. You haven't said a word either, Iris. Strom says it alright, you might as well own up to it now, but I don't think so.
den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Opfen deine Wut. Her mit dem Knacker ich befahl.
It wasn't the king of Germany, it was the king of Bohemia. That's what it was. Goodness, was it?
Berg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Opfen deine Wut. Her mit dem Knacker ich befahl, hat wie ein Diamant den Zahn entzwei, es brach über deine Wut. Er dem Scheit hold.
Alright. Firstly, consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. Why is he here at all? The answer, of course, is clearly known to you. Follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. Let's just look at the record player. Again, he's been still the entire time, and his lips aren't moving. It's literally your father. It is not that hard to find out. There's not that many mustaches around here, guys.
Take that!
Den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Opfen deine Wut. Her mit dem Knacker ich befahl, hat wie ein Diamant den Zahn entzwei, es brach über deine Wut. Er dem Schein.
Ah, it has stopped. I guess it wasn't that record player, but why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly? This belongs to Genshin Asogi. Just let me point out that this man is Mikitoba. Though, I mean, I guess it technically belongs to Asogi, right?
Take that!
Yeah. I mean, it's Mikitoba, but it belongs to Asogi. Don't know why the gentleman's wearing it now, but it's a simple matter to determine or get straight. Yeah, take off the mask. I don't believe it. I mean, I do. That mustache is literally one person. Your logical reasoning has once again revealed the truth. It's Eugen Mikitoba. Logic and reason are just looking and saying. This is the worst one yet, guys. This is not the knapsack itself, but I don't think it's that. I think it's the reports that he might have taken. Or the telegram that Sholmes wanted to send? Not sure. I just want to look at the notes. So, not that. Nothing there. So I guess it's here? Documents, all the cases. Oh, right. Written by Iris's father. It's locked at all times, never once from the inside. It is unlocked. Just present that. there is something different about the chest's appearance, and that it is unlocked. He's dead. I told you not to open it. So you found your voice now, Iris. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. The real reason for your silence until now is... This is usually different, but he's knocked out, so... I assume the key.
Take that!
AKA, you unlocked it. Just before you called out to try and stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands, no doubt. The key to the chest. Scarf and cup of tea. Because it was on top of the case when it was opened. The stuff just kind of fell on top. Professor Mikoto opened the chest. The mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. Explain anything. Did you expect anything less? Right. Happened exactly as you said. That's great. Those two are dead. We've got two dead bodies here. But, yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
Objection!
Admirable performance, Mr. Naruto. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. You cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Cat isn't out of the bank yet. I'm doing a little bit extra on the music there. Just gone with a coffee cup. This one smashed when the chest was open. Now we get to the stuff sticking out. Is that the tail of the Baskervilles? Is it the stolen report? What is it? Very nice.
Take that!
Oh, well, yeah, okay. I mean, it is the net. I thought that was pretty obvious. Okay, I guess we gotta click on it. That would be madness. Deduction is within our grasp. I mean, can I, if I... Oh.
Take that!
I was drawn away by that the whole time. Foolish of me. Nothing escapes the eye of a great detective. It was you. Those papers you have there. You're the one that took the case? Not Herlock. Interesting. Very interesting. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby trap chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly in the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes category. Sorry. Better off to bed as it's 2 a.m.? No worries. I think we're just about done with this anyways. I think we're about to wrap up the case. Thanks for sticking with me all along. Hope you had a good time. These are a much lazier stream, so I don't talk a ton. But they're fun to just kind of hang out, especially when I don't have anything else to do, so glad you enjoyed it. Why did you take it from the lab? Was it because your father worked on it? Something I'd been looking for. Saw the report and the writing on it. I knew it was Daddy's. Yep, okay. Father's writing? What do you really mean? Must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting you, fellows. We do still have an unconscious person here. Like, why is he here? He obviously was looking for something. So kind as letting me bed. We'll do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. There's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs, like a trunk. Wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Mr. Sholmes making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. Let's use this opportunity to talk with Iris right now and find out what's going on. That's one way of describing a dead person, yeah. Well, it's just some papers inside. I started to build a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. It's only natural. Just like any young girl your age. Daddy is a professional of medical science, so I studied to my degree as well. There's one thing I can never find out: Daddy's name. His name wasn't anywhere in any of the notes he'd been made about his work. Then one day, that's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Okay. Saw the writing of that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting. Ooh, I thought to myself, the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes? I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the lab, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. Iris Wilson. Because I had learned Daddy's names. So I wrote stories about all of Daddy's adventures with Hurley. Yeah, it makes sense. Must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know, I've been very naughty. Take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize, I promise. Yeah, we'll go together, I think. And then, let me look after it for you until we get there. So sad. So, you noticed, I see. What's going on? Autopsy report. What about Clint? What did Clint do? The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. How would you know that? This writing very... Oh, remember when I said he looked a little like Dr. Watts? What? Dog, what is going on? It's true, and now you know, my dear fellows. Well, I don't know anything. What on earth does any of this mean? The idea that's slowly forming in my mind is too extraordinary to believe. Yeah, I got some stuff to talk about. Not possible? Take a deep breath and think again. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Ah, assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And as assistant, he innovated in the dissection work, making detailed notes, which could be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents, put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick. She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John Wilson. It's very understandable, of course, but this is itching. No, this is still itching my brain. Because she said that the writing matched the case notes, which means that, at the very least, Mikotoba was Sholmes' partner. We have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? I would assume that is Mr. Mikotoba. See, he lives on the other side of the world. With this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand. Yeah. Autopsy report was written but not signed by your famous partner. Then your famous partner is Mikotoba. Which means Iris is Mikotoba's daughter? Your partner would have to be Eugen Mikotoba. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. You're coming along wonderfully. Fit upon the method at last. Finally grasp the art of deduction. Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. That's a new music theme this late in the game, huh? Does this mean you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Eugen Mikotoba, your father. Of course. This is too much for Sato-san to take in. I must say, though, my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver as the greatest mystery of all. You still remember the first time we met? Remind me, when was it again? October? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Yes, quite. 16 years ago. Just arrived from Japan with Sashiro and Genshin, and in search for lodgings close to the hospital. Some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price, but rents are definitely high in that particular area. That's right. So I decided I need someone to share lodgings and the expense. Fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. He's a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. Working in the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for a little gain. Situational cohabitation led us to pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. And a great many adventures. Last year, the stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. A case with which you become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor killings. A la, aka, also known as, I assume, the Hound of the Baskervilles. There you have it. As you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. So, does Susato have a sister, or... It's your daughter. I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But, did you abandon your daughter a second time? The 2-time? Because, like, why would Wilson be killed, I guess? If he wasn't Sholmes' partner, what is he involved in? Why was he killed by Brett? All the notes about the Great Detective's adventures are in that metal chest, unless it was just another portion of covering up the killings. You're Sholmes' partner, Father, and you wrote all those case notes. And Iris' father must be you. Upon my word, Miss Sato. You're coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. The art of deduction. My mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care while you embarked on your study tour of Britain. I've always accepted that, but all this about Iris... Do the Susato toss, throw. It's really not what you think. Would you like to explain exactly what it is? Really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man. Nah, I don't really feel like it. I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past. Katoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. It's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Katoba. The game is afoot. Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. Oh, you haven't changed one iota, have you? Bum, 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 bum. Oh. No doubt whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interest. I trust you completely. Sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together. It's more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself.
Yeah, tell me about it.
It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
End. Oh my god. So this is a 2-part case. Oof. Well, we did finish case 9. Pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. The resolve of Reinosuke Naruhodo. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Alright. We might try to do like a big stream, or we'll split the final chapter into 2. Some other time. We'll be back on Monday with Fire Emblem. We'll get to this soon enough, because I am real excited to see where it goes. But have a great weekend, everybody. If you'd like to leave a follow or just come back, hang out any other time you want. And, yeah. See you again soon. Toodles.